All right. All right. Good morning, guys. Quick sound check. How's everybody doing out there this morning? What's up, Snipe? Christian? Dude, congrats, my guy, on the baby. I don't know if that's the type of recovery the doctor necessarily was telling you to do or not. Arm must be healing nicely, though. All right, we got an interesting looking chart on our hands here this morning. I'm a little surprised we didn't continue to push a little further to the downside last night. We've got a 6,800 level here in the S&Ps that I think is going to be pretty important today. It ends up just happens to be right at the whole number, the round number there. So we've got that. We've also got 67.83 75s just beneath there. So if we do end up making, a nice little push under that level, there's another 16, 17 points we could drop there to go down and tag that level, which if that is to be the case and we do break, essentially both of those, which right now we're kind of taking out Friday's bar, part of essentially Wednesday's bar here because Thursday is essentially nothing. We're taking out, yeah. And there's the little like half day, 4 hours worth of data on the chart. I'm not a huge fan of that. So just completely disregard that. Like ignore that when you're looking at a chart for like this upcoming week. Like all the 5-minute data that shows like here, this little bit of data right through there. Just ignore that across the board on the indices here. And then individual equity names will look a little funky as well. Like if we were to look at Meta, for example, kind of going into the end of end of last week there on Friday, markets technically close at 1, but then of course there's this little bit of nonsense that happens until the normal close, right? So just ignore that data as well. It's nothing in which we need to be concerned about. I don't think there's any real volume there per se. So I'm going to ignore all that. And then in terms of overall game plan, again, we've got 6,800s, the 67.83.75s. I'm going to be cautious on shorts, even though, yes, we do have room to get down there. I'm going to be cautious on shorts. It's a gap under green, so it definitely warrants it. But like I said in the Sunday Stock Talk, I'm not entirely sure if we're going to just completely erase last week's bar. If we are, then yeah, the first short entry on the day is going to be phenomenal and could potentially turn into a swing that takes us, all the way back down to those lows, right? Basically 6,500s potentially. So yeah, that would be phenomenal. I'm not necessarily playing for that at the moment though, so I'm going to be a little bit more reserved on that short side. That'll change though if we can take out 191 quarters for the NASDAQ. If we can take out 191 quarters, then we kind of open the door for a move down into 780s. So there's a pretty large range there, like 400 points, give or take, I think, right? So I'm open to that idea if and when that can break. But on a first test of 191 quarters, I'm at least going to allow and give that the respect that it may want to hold. So if we do come down there, trade that, and look like we want to start to bounce from there, then obviously I'm going to disregard shorts. And if and when we do find a bottom on this week, if it's not just a complete reversal of last week's action and we go all the way back down to 24,000s basically, if that's not going to be the case, 24/7 80s is probably the area in which we hold if we do get down that low. 191s has a shot at holding, but if we do break that, then 780s, I'll still give the respect to that to allow that to hold. And if that ends up being the case, then we have targets above at 25,900s basically, which is a front run from a couple of weeks ago that we've never essentially been able to get back up to. So there's a ton of room in essentially both directions here, and I like just a little added confirmation, allow some more data to hit the charts, get that trend and all the things going in order to really see what that wants to do. So that's my initial kind of thoughts and game plan here. We do have, I just want to post this up real quick. We do have some things moving though on the Bitcoin, gold, and silver side. That I think will be worth watching here. What's up, Derivator? All right. That's posted up. Let me load up this, and then we'll be good to go. I do like Monday mornings from the fact that like most of the time we already have like the full game plan and everything done from the Sunday stock talk. Like when that kind of lines up and all that's done, I'm a big fan of that. I have a couple new accounts I'm going to be trading this week as well. Top one was given their, they got their Tradeovate stuff figured out. Figured that out. I think. Maybe. Maybe, maybe not. Oh yeah, also first of the month. Yeah, there should be sound. I was thinking and trying to do something, so I wasn't. The brain couldn't do both things at the same time. Um, but yeah, no. So what I was getting back to is, and hopefully they'll figure that out. But I'm just stacking and adding some new accounts over to my Ninja Trader as well. Um, oh, by the way, hit me up on Discord. Send me a DM for that Lucid account that you won the other day. You never hit me up to get that code. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna stack up and add some new accounts over to the Ninja Trader. Do a little Lucid. Add a couple more top ones. A couple more Apexes. Yeah, you. You won that Lucid giveaway the other day. All right. Yeah, you can copy them all through Apex's copier. They all sync up under Ninja, and then you can through the copier tool you can just select which ones you want to copy and win and all that. Do do do. Let me make sure. Yeah, sweet. All right, I think we're pretty much ready to roll. We got 2 minutes and 39 seconds here. Let's take a look at gold. It's not ideal, but I'd love to see gold pull back to 42.24s. It's a little bit of a healthy pullback forward, about 50 points from here, closer to 60. But I don't really want to do anything with it right here. And same thing in silver. It's just such an extended move. I mean, it had a nice range in the overnight session. It was like almost $2, $1.80 and something, which is a big move. I just want to see this kind of pull back somewhere inside this bar from maybe it's like 56.25s or something like that. Somewhere back into that bar from Friday in there. And then in Bitcoin here, I'm looking to see if we can't get a rally today up towards like 88 300s. I'm going to keep an eye on this. Let's see if we can't set an alert for at or above. Let's just call it 88 300s. I'd like to see a rally in there and then look for an entry for shorts because I think this thing can get absolutely rocked on the week. The setup right now in Bitcoin, I didn't really look at Ethereum, but the setup in Bitcoin at least, yeah, Ethereum's pretty much the same. Suggests like it could probably see 75K or more this week, or less, I should say. I think we can probably go take out those lows down there at like 77, push down into that. So, yeah, I'm kind of bearish on crypto overall on the week, but initially here, I'd like to see it kind of rally some of this back and get up towards 88s. And then from there, we can roll over. If we do gap down, hold this, and then decide to rally it back on the week, I think that's going to be a little bit tough to play. But if we do get the downtrend and can start working it from there, then I'm much more interested. All right. Let's see what market wants to do here. We got the bell in just a couple of seconds here. We got the Russell and the Dow actually making new overnight lows at the moment. Damn, that was loud. That was way louder than I wanted it to be. All right, first initial move here. NASDAQ looks like it wants to try and rally some of it back. Rob also dropped in his chat earlier. He was going to look at the NASDAQ for shorts on a downtrend today. He thought that was the overall market. NASDAQ in general was the best looking gap on the day. NASDAQ, nice little push there, and then kind of giving it back now. Dow here is liking that first initial rally, though. Again, I think we got to be patient here. If you're aggressive and you want shorts, then you're essentially just going to look at this and be like, yeah, 25,289 is going to be the high up there. And you're essentially going to short it here on a break of opening print. And it's going to be like a 1-to-1 if you get down to 191s. So I don't love that idea personally. But it is there. If markets, meaning Russell and Dow, are holding a little bit better here, when NASDAQ gets to 191s, that would lean into a little bit of the idea for it holding and potential longs from there. Gold with a nice little push lower. Silver as well, and then trying to rally that back now as well. Again, it's Monday morning. We're 3 minutes into the week here. Like, I am not at all itching to do anything here. That Walmart core that I didn't put on is looking really, really nicely. Damn hot hose all on me. Yeah, if you tried that aggressive short on NASDAQ, that'd be stopping probably about now. Again, I did not take that. I do think we have, I think someone mentioned it as well. Yeah, 10 a.m. is ISM. We got some 9:45 as well, but it's just yellow. We don't have the red until 10 a.m. Market just barely poking through that first initial high there. If we rally back hard, it's gonna be tough. I don't think that's the case, but if we were to, it would make for some difficult action, I think. S&P's, NASDAQ, Russell, new highs on this bar. Dow's about to get it. Yeah, just got it. 526s. I think this is honestly probably a better short than that first initial one here. Just got to kind of let this 5 minutes settle out. This is another 4 minutes to go, so it could completely change. But at the moment, a close at like 290s, 280s, that would look fairly weak. But again, there's still plenty of time left on this bar. And again, that's 5 minutes into the day on a Monday. Like, I don't think we have to be aggressive with that. There's a potential for like a 2,000 point range NASDAQ on the week, like top to bottom. That's the areas in which I think we could potentially trade to. Not to say that we go all the way up to the top end of that and back down, but there is, $2,000 worth of room. So I don't want to take a trade right here. It would be a little bit aggressive. The Dow, however, showing a little bit more weakness from here than anything else. You guys know how when you get like, there it is. You know when you feel like you got something like stuck in the back of your throat and you just like can't, the hacking's like not getting it up for you? That's where I was, but we got it now, so. This little gold move lower. Still 2 minutes left on this bar. It's not looking as good from a short perspective as it did when that bar was. Give a little hawk to it. Yeah, that's what I need. That's what I need. Take a shot at Old Charter. I got some Jack Daniels. I don't know that taking shots at 9:38 in the morning on a Monday. I mean, shit, maybe we do it for the stream. I don't know. is that how we start the Monday streams off? Is take a shot first thing? That'd be a little different. I mean, I'm not opposed. I mean, we can do it. 1 minute left on this bar. Yeah, I trade GC with the divergence all the time. That compared to silver. You can look at it compared to platinum too. Platinum's not as traded. It's not as clean either because of that. But yeah. All right, NASDAQ looking like it's going to get this weak close here. That's a pretty aggressive kind of 50-point 2-minute bar there. I would rather us not close like all the way the hell back down here. See if we can't get, it's not my favorite look to it. I'd like to see us kind of rally back and touch like 290s, 295, something like that. And then look to go lower, but I think that might have just been it. S&Ps did it a little bit better there. 2350s. There's a short right here. It just didn't set up exactly the way in which I would have preferred. That rally back wasn't quite enough, I don't think. We traded 284s. So I'm going to give it just a minute. The S&Ps look a little bit better, but I'm still not going to put that 4-point short on in there at the moment either. 2350s. Yeah, it's more like 5 points actually. Yeah, I'm going to be patient for just another minute here. Could I miss the short? Sure, but I would rather take exactly what I want than this. '22s was key there for S&Ps. New lows for NASDAQ. A little rally back so far. The Dow's holding fairly well, and so is the Russell. It would be a massive surprise, I think, to see Russell, Dow, or any of the indices for that matter actually rally this move back today, but NASDAQ is at the moment at least not acting like it wants to continue through those lows and was the only one to break through. So we do have a little bit of a divergence on our hands, but we have the same thing at the top as well. So I'm conflicted, and we still got 50 couple points to get down to 191s, which I think is probably a better long opportunity, especially if S&Ps continue to hold and NASDAQ gets that drop. I prefer that. Yeah, no, I don't. Just gold versus silver. I don't compare it to the indices themselves. I'm going to watch that relationship, just like if we're getting massive moves in both directions, like if they're moving the same, you know what I mean? I think the Russell and Dow are trying to tell us something here. I think they're trying to tell us something. I've got NASDAQ queued up in my order windows here, but I want to see it get down to this 191s. And I don't know if I'm longing it initially or not yet. I think that's probably a little too aggressive. Kind of would have preferred S&Ps to hold a little bit better. That low was 1275s. We traded 1275s again. A little bit of a front run so far, about 20 points for that 191s for NASDAQ. Mm. The only other thing here too is like I'm not entirely convinced that we see lows of the week on a Monday like this. You know what I mean? Like if we gap down under a green bar, we come down, we test the level, we do the things we're supposed to do, but then we just rally that like all 250 points that we're down at the moment back on a Monday after the gap under green. Like that's also a tough C. But market is weak, so or market is strong overall. I mean, I don't want to long this Nasdaq divergence, but the front run at the moment appears to be doing the trick. I would love Russell down into 2462s. That would be a gift. Nasdaq S&Ps with a pretty decent little rally back there just now. Total range on the day 112 points for the Nasdaq. So again, we're not missing a ton here, but a front run of that 191 is a little bit annoying. S&Ps with the equal low too at the same time. Coming off opening print, probably not a bad long. Still a front run of 6800s though, so we'll sit, let it come together. I don't mind that little shove in silver there. Crude oil, I think, is in a very interesting spot as well here. I haven't traded this in quite some time, but I was watching it last night here. That's a tough reversal on NASDAQ. It needed 20 points down there to 191s, which would have been fine. It would have given us the test, and we could have been able to do something with it from there. We technically had the divergence, right? I mean, we did make the new lows there, nothing else. So from that perspective, we're valid. Shot caller, 20-inch blades on the Impala. Fly away. Better way, yeah. Yeah, 25, 191 quarters. No, I don't care about Friday's open. Russell and Dow, again, we talked about that. I thought they were trying to tell us something. Turns out maybe they're trying to tell us they want to rally, which again, it's a hard see just to think that we, gap down Monday morning, rally this back, turn green. It'd be even more annoying if we see it and NASDAQ doesn't trade that 191 quarters. So there's that. But yeah, Dow is wanting to say something here. So is the Russell. We got news in about 8 minutes, 9 minutes here. I like this little rally back in silver here. It's back to open on the day for silver there. If we can try and shove down one more time, not too far, and then get back over opening print. I kind of like that. There's overnight highs up there at 58.61s. I think we might be able to make a run for. I wanted a little bit deeper of a pullback down in towards, 56.50s, 56 quarters, something like that. But that little shove down in the action we're seeing from that looks a little bit more like a bottom than I think what we saw previously. I'm just not going to take it here because that's a 60-cent stop loss on silver, which is like $3,000 per contract. So probably rather not do that. And we still do have that news coming up. At the moment, I don't necessarily see what the entry would have been into, unless you were aggressive with the Russell, which probably could have been valid right around 82s, 2482s. I could see that being the case. Or you just took the divergence straight up, with NASDAQ. I think that's a tough long as well, just based on the stop size. But yeah, Russell Dow were definitely telling us that they wanted to do something. I just really, really wanted to see, and essentially had to see, 191 quarters get tested there for NASDAQ to be able to do something, and we didn't get that. So, what I'm not going to do is see the move in which we're getting, feel like I'm, missing the boat, try and chase it, whatever the case is, and take a unnecessary stop on a trade that's not necessarily my trade. So, like I said, there's plenty of week left here. And if Dow really wants to move, I mean, there's room to 48 224s, right? Like, there's a lot of room. Yes, we just did rally 200 and a couple points off the lows there. But I mean, realistically, there's still 550, 560 points worth of room. If we did it today, that'd be kind of crazy, though. Waiting for 10:05. Yeah, we got the news at 10, so I'm not going to take anything in front of that either way. Silver still pushing a little bit up over that opening print there. Bitcoin not able to get up off the ground and get that rally. Gold's got like a 30-point range so far going from the from the 9:30 bell. If news sends us back down to lows, it'd be a little bit of a problem though. I'm not saying we can't recover it, but it'd be a pretty healthy move to the downside. I will say it's not the funnest thing in the world to watch NASDAQ rally 150, 160 points off lows when it was 20 points in front of a level there. Can't keep a good market down. Just can't do it. Dow's about to turn green on the day. It's rather impressive. Let's hopping toe now at a NASDAQ here. We got a minute and 30 seconds. Silver just continuing to push there. NASDAQ would be a super tough long now. We come back to 191s. Well, this is a massive range nonsense day. And I say massive meaning like 200 points on NASDAQ, which isn't necessarily massive considering the moves we've had lately, but it's a big enough range to do some damage to yourself in, that's for sure. We have yet to push the button. Initial little pop. Silver new highs on that as well. AMD kind of came out of nowhere with a nice rally there. Crude still sitting right on that 59, 55s there. Gold rallying it back nicely as well. Oh. I'm at that point to where I kind of want to short it just out of spite because of how far we've rallied and thinking that we go back down there and trade 191s just because of the front run. But at the same time, I'm also at the point to where like I kind of want to FOMO into longs because of how far we've rallied and the fact that we're kind of making light work of this little gap down so far. So it's in this like I'm in this like weird little spot, right, where it's I mean, I don't have anything to do here. I'm just like talking through and I'm not going to necessarily do anything here. I'm just kind of talking through like the emotions of it and the thought process. But it's like yeah, we just watched this for the last 20 minutes just go straight back up off that divergence and like we weren't able to do legitimately we weren't able to do anything with it, so like we shouldn't feel a type of way about it, but inherently you will, obviously, just the nature of trading here. But I'm going to continue I'm going to continue to sit on hands. Like this is not necessarily my trade here. So do I think there's the potential for a little bit of a trade here for us to pull back? Yeah, I think so. Kind of popped these highs in NASDAQ there just now. And so far nothing else did. It's really, really, really small. You can see that on a 5-minute chart, right? Prior highs on this move was 379.50s. We traded 384s. So we're talking 5 points. So from that standpoint, you can see it just on purely a 5-minute. If you have the 4 grid up, you can see the NASDAQ was the only one on this 5-minute bar to pop those highs there. Again, it's very, very minuscule, but it's an important detail, I think, that would play into us making a pullback here. Yeah, I do. I mean, I kind of feel like we need to come back down and test those lower levels. I'm gonna let these bars close out here. Yeah, I don't keep any old levels on the chart. The question will become here rather quickly, most likely, is whether or not we buy a pullback here, whatever this pullback ends up forming into, is whether we buy that pullback or not, right? I mean, Dow just dropped, 100 plus points off highs. Russell getting a little bit of weakness there. The NASDAQ is actually holding up better than everything else at the moment, better than the other indices here. We've got NVIDIA trying to break a little bit. Netflix still strong. I'm not necessarily super interested, I think, in longs up here, but that conversation, I think, is more towards like 25 300s here in NASDAQ, whether or not that pullback is worth buying or wait to see if it gets any traction for a lower high that we can then short. So we're kind of still going to be stuck in this weird little spot probably for the next, honestly, 25, 30 minutes that's going to have to get sorted out. If I was aggressive, I'd be looking on this rally here to like 365s that we're currently putting in right now in the NASDAQ. I'd be looking at shorts off 365s, which we just traded 365 quarters. Stops would essentially go up over those highs. 384s, it's about 20, 25 points, give or take. It's not a terrible risk reward if we get back down to 191s. Just don't know if it's valid enough. NASDAQ with a little bit more rally back here again than the other indices there. An interesting day for sure. This crude looks like it wants to break. I'm going to try a little small crude oil long. I think we could wait till 59, 57s if you really want the trigger, but I'm going to try a little bit there. NASDAQ also probably a short here off these highs. All right, we're going to do a quick drill. I got to go poop, but nobody leave. Be right back. He said, take us with you. All right, we're good. We're good. NASDAQ new highs there. Oh, I got the Baudet. We squeaky clean, don't worry. No shit stains in my drawers no more. No, it's not heated. It's not heated, unfortunately. I'm going to take a NASDAQ short here. Stops are above these highs. It's about 30 points. 389s. That was a nice little divergence there we just set. That's what I was kind of waiting for to see is if we were going to set a lower high up there or if we were going to set a divergence. But yeah, the idea here being that we just set that divergence, and now if NASDAQ does want to go back to 191s, we're working with like 160 points worth of target here for a 30-point stop. Almost 170 points worth of target for a 30-point stop. So I really like the risk reward here. I'd like to see us kind of crack under this 25 332s down here, this last little pivot that we had, and then really start getting something kind of moving to the downside there. The Russell and the Dow gave a little bit more pullback than I kind of expected there. Again, that's going to be the only other problem that we run into potentially on this short idea is that the pullback now for Russell, Dow, and maybe even S&Ps are at like a buying opportunity. So that part not necessarily my favorite. I also don't necessarily want to choke this trade out for no reason, but the short might be a little aggressive. Silver came back down pretty hard there. I think that's probably a no-go. Might trail this crude too. It popped up, got new highs there, but no continuation up through this 59, 55s. We might see something crazy like Dow come down and make new lows and NASDAQ holds up here. Which again wouldn't make a ton of sense, but at the moment the Dow is not necessarily trying to participate in holding here. Russell Dow pulling back a little further than I thought here. How is it we get a pullback in there, but we can't get we can't get NASDAQ to pull back now? Yeah. It's trying, but I don't love how much time we're spending here. I would have preferred if we just wicked off of this and then, continued this move lower. I mean, breaking down through like 340s and stuff and then coming back up here isn't my favorite. We are kind of fading that 15-minute, like 1, 2, 3 look that it has going on, which is why I'd like to see us get continuation, kind of under this low there, 332s. Just break that bar and start moving lower as opposed to pushing back up towards highs there would be ideal. So I'm gonna give it time. It's not necessarily doing anything wrong, but it could be doing something a little bit better. Like I said, the risk reward is kind of phenomenal. I'll put that into the thing here. 25, 360s. That's the current makeup of the trade right there. It's about 5.6 to 1. So again, it's not bad. We're cracking that now. Trade 327s there. Yeah, it's not wanting to do. It's not wanting to do what I want it to do here at the moment. But again, I think we have a really good overall entry, everything like that. Let's see if we can just get continuation of the downside there. Yeah, Dow's definitely moving a bit more aggressively than everything else here. Probably gonna get trailed on my crude position there. You got fall in. I'm back. Crude oil stopped on that, which is fine. I'm okay with that. By the way, I saw a couple people talking about it. The new Lucid Flex accounts there. If you guys want to set one up, be sure to click that link. Use code MLT at checkout. Save you like 40% off right now. And honestly, I think they probably have some of the best rules, parameters, whatever you want to call it, of any account out there right now. You got one? Nice. It is. Oh, you want a free Lucid 150K? Dude, you win so many accounts. It is kind of unreal. Like, legitimately, how? How does that work? But no, to answer your question, it is a one-time payment. No, I know. That's nuts. Oh, I'm wondering if we should close NASDAQ because Dow's about to make new lows. We'll have a divergence down there. Or do we try and hold on, see if NASDAQ wants them to go make those lows? The risk reward is so good. Risk reward is phenomenally good. I feel like crude might have just ticked me out. It most certainly did. Thoughts on Apple here? Yeah, thoughts on Apple. I like it overall. We just need market to kind of flip, and I think it could see some nice movement this week. It kind of break out up over this 280s would make for a nice move. Silver's kind of holding right here. I don't love that it went and popped those highs first. But silver's kind of holding there. Gold came back down, made new lows. I still think the move in there is going to be waiting for those 24s down there to get tested, 42 24s. I really kind of want my crude oil position back on too. I'll wait till it gets over the level though. Played that breakout once already. NASDAQ, we just need to see it start to get a little bit of this weakness from the Dow and push down towards that opening print area. Again, the risk reward on this is really, really good, so I'm not trying to choke it out. We're up about 1R right here. Entry should be about 360, give or take. We're at, 330s, 3.25. Meta getting a nice little selling pressure off those highs too. Kind of keeping an eye on some of these individual names up here. Walmart here just trucking along though. That's a core position from 105s that I don't have on. Appreciate y'all for tuning in, by the way. If you haven't already, please give the stream a thumbs up. Like, comment, subscribe, so that YouTube likes me, because they think you like me. Dow's the only market making new lows. It's kind of crazy how we went from the Dow Russell being the two strongest markets trying to prove themselves and say something to now right back on lows. Crude oil is right back up here at 59, 55s. I think this wants to break and get up through 60 today. I'm gonna put it back on. Oh, do we close NASDAQ is the question here. I think NASDAQ can do it. Just hasn't done it yet is the only thing. Silver overall, I think, is probably done on the day. There we go, NASDAQ. There's room in the Dow down to 47,234, so it's still got some room to move. So I'm not necessarily too concerned by that at the moment. NASDAQ followed it up this morning. Let's see if it can follow it to the downside now. S&P is making new lows. Not yet. I'm just saying if they do make new lows and NASDAQ is not, that would be a little bit of a sign for pause, especially if we're holding opening print. But at the moment, we're getting some pretty decent movement here in NASDAQ. Anybody short this with me? Who all drop an S in the chat if you are short. Or a yes. Just say something. I don't care really what you say, honestly. You got Q's with me, took a similar short. Nice. Sweet. You ate a Whopper yesterday? He said, not bad. Of course it wasn't bad. I wouldn't steer you wrong on a Whopper. Oh, I don't love that NASDAQ rally back. Well, son of a biscuit. Son of a biscuit. I have a feeling that we should have looked to take a little bit down there, but there's nothing we can do about that at the moment. It's a pretty decent rally back so far. $51 points. We took half off at 270s. You didn't tell nobody? You didn't tell us you were covering part of your short position and it would lead to a 50-point rally as you took some off? All 82 of your accounts getting out of positions at one time, and you didn't think that was going to lead to a little pop in the markets for us? If we do go back down through lows here, we'll have a pretty nice trail stop in place. It's just a little bit closer than I'd like it to be. 333s there. It would be kind of surprising here if we just end up doing some tomfoolery. Again, we talked about this, that we'd run into a bit of a problem at some point where we'll get a decent enough pullback that it's potential longs. I just didn't think it was going to look like that. Did not think it would look like that. It's really hard to want to stay short in the face of that 5-minute bar at this point. It's kind of looking like we're going to leave it for later, which is not ideal, I don't think. I mean, maybe, but yeah. We had almost 3 R's in this. Nice, good work, Osborne. We had almost 3 R's. We were coming close to opening print. I'm going to look to be able to take some, and then whamboozled. Whamboozled. Yeah, Bitcoin, I would like to see it rally a little bit. It just didn't want to do it. It's unfortunate because that was not what I want. I mean, I want to see the downside action in there, but I wanted to see that rally first, and we're not getting it. Under this 84 350s, we're in trouble in there. Imagine NASDAQ comes straight back down here, takes out this 5-minute bar. I'll be like, all right, NASDAQ. We got 50 people on stream today. Let's go. Appreciate you guys. You haven't pressed any buttons yet? I don't think you're honestly missing much. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, to be honest. We had 3 R's, almost 3 R's in NASDAQ, and then it took it away. You got the Dow trying to rally back to opening print here. I'm debating if we use this pivot or not. In NASDAQ here, the 360s, it's pretty much right at break even there. If we can use that as our new trail and at least just take the risk out of the position, which would be kind of unfortunate, but it is what it is. I mean, if it still gives us the 5 R's, a little better than 5 R's, like, I'm going to be okay with it. It's just the way in which it went about it is not cool. Could you take shorts off Dow, off opening? I mean, maybe. What's that? What's that? Silver, or not silver, crude oil making new highs there. Go on with your bad self, going up to 60. Going up to 60. The crude oil weekly is what's really interesting in there. It does find a bottom down here. We could be back to like 75 bucks. Relatively easy. Nasdaq trying to get this 2 minute to hold here. Said nothing's very cool about the markets. I mean, it'd be cool if Nasdaq decided to help us out a little bit and go lower for our shorts, but I mean, what's cool is there's 52 people in here. I think we're kind of setting a new record. Which I'm happy about that. Yeah, we were almost at the point to be able to start taking some off. And then we got that little pop back just now. Hey, no, Shadow, that's not the new highs for NASDAQ. You like the potential. No. Nobody asked you, first of all. Okay? And you're wrong. I don't actually know if you're wrong. You might be valid, but at the moment we don't need your energy here. All right, we don't need that. Don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Let me know how that works out for you, Shadow. We can fight, dog. We can fight. Voice chat so calm as I just call someone out for fighting. I mean, trading in and of itself is relatively calm by nature, right? I mean, it's supposed to be, anyway. There's also not a ton to do right here. I'm kind of looking at this S&P is giving me a little bit of hope here. We traded 68.30 quarters on this 5-minute bar, which is just one tick over that prior 5-minute bar. So I'm kind of watching that to see if we reject that. Obviously, NASDAQ didn't make new highs on that bar. Kind of a little divergence inside this action. If that wants to hold true or not, I don't know. But NASDAQ is looking really, really good from a 15-minute chart perspective. This little low down here towards 320s has got to get taken out. We really got to break like 324s, 320s to get something moving. But I don't know that that's going to be the case here. The shadow is long. It's tough to fade that. S&P's little rejection so far. Kind of like the silver move now. It's like a 25-cent stop though. I think that's a bit of a press. Touch me up and bury me alive. If we do start popping up through 360s, I'm probably going to go ahead and take the NASDAQ short off here. I don't want to really give it the full R on the stop at this point. As long as we stay here, we'll be fine, but if we start pushing up through those highs, where it's going to be a bit of an issue. The silver's starting to move now too, right off this opening print. 57.99s. The stop is just kind of massive. It's like 25 cents, even off that last 5-minute bar there. NASDAQ trying to push here. NASDAQ trying to push. All right, I'm flat. I gave it 10 points instead of 30. So definitely not a full stop there. But super unfortunate on the way in which that kind of went down. I don't necessarily want to say we were being a dick for a tick, but a first target was coming in really, really close there. Shadows picking up the dub on that one. Again, it was tough because we did get that move lower in the Dow. We got new lows. It's really tough to try and fade that divergence. We just ended up rallying back super, super quick there. Unfortunate the way in which it happened, but it is what it is. Yeah, the short was solid. We were, legitimately super close to getting a first target at about 3 Rs and then trying to hold the rest for 5. So it is what it is. I know, I was trying to get a little bit more out of it. And by the time it rallied back, essentially we were less than 1 R on that rally back. So within 4 minutes, which is, it took us freaking, what do we wait for? 25 minutes. And then in 4 minutes, it gets completely erased. Like, you gotta be kidding me. That's the thing is the NASDAQ technically, we do have room to those 25 900s. You think Bitcoin goes back over 100K in the next 2 weeks? Bro, you is smoking some crazy. I mean, we did just hold 84 350s, but still. No, I mean, I know you smoking some kush, but that's a hell of a move. That's a hell of a move. Let's see. Total range on the downside last time is 12,000. 13,700. So that's possible. It's possible. I don't know if we hold these 84 350s and we start to rally here on the week, then I could see the idea. Yeah, I mean if we do that, then I'd be more inclined to agree with you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just don't know if that's gonna hold. Move into a tent. Nasdaq, man, nice move there. You got leveraged Bitcoin on or just straight like crypto? You didn't tell me last night either, by the way, which altcoins I should be buying. Yeah, I don't know what that means though. What's ETH L2s? Like, just give me specific tickers. That could be a wide array assortment of names. Okay, see, that's better. I can work with that list. By the way, did you see what happened with what was it, Zcash? Like, made an absolutely ridiculous move lately. As long as we can cuddle up under the bridge, we'll be all right. Dude, so I remember mining Zcash and Zencash back in the day. This move up to like 800 bucks though is kind of wild. Crude oil just doesn't want to do it for me today. Take it off. If we stay on the privacy narrative and ETH makes a new all-time highs, ZK Sync should melt faces along with ZK chain coins. Otherwise, steady path to zero. All right, I like our odds. So the ZK Sync thing, you're talking like it's 3.5 cents, give or take. That silver move is nice. $3.5 to what though? Number 127. I'm on CoinMarketCap. All-time highs are like 26, 27 cents. Where does it go? I say it's basically like a lotto. Arbitrum's 19 cents. It was recently 250, not bad. I kind of think the Dow's got a nice little long right in through here. 523s. I don't really know if I want to press it though. We took the stop out on crude. We took the stop out, or early stop out on NASDAQ. I don't really know if I feel like pressing that on the day or not. See, I don't like when they do the community sentiment on some of these. Like the sentiment is super bullish. I don't know, Bitcoin, I mean everything across the board here at the moment in the crypto space is getting kind of rocked today. I haven't looked at some of these in a while. I mean, Zcash is down 18%. What do you think about World Liberty Financial, Shadow? I know some of the guys behind that one. Divergence on NQ, equal highs and S&Ps. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I mentioned that earlier that we might be in for just a massive range on the day, which would not be fun. That wouldn't be fun by any means. No, I mean, I know it's essentially Trump's coins, the official project backed by him. I'm just asking what your thoughts are on it, regardless of whether he's involved or not. I mean, it is a top, 50 coin at the moment. Whether that makes a difference or not is kind of up in the air. Do you have any of it, or would you buy some? Oh, I got you. Focus is elsewhere for altcoins. You still have any NFTs? I'm still watching NASDAQ here too. We did make those new highs and now pulling back pretty decently. I'd still be open to a short on the day. If we're going to get down there to that 191s, it's just a matter of, that's a pretty aggressive 53-point bar. Oh, and a bunch of old wallets. How you lose the keys? Isn't that like rule number one for being a crypto investor is to make sure you know all your keys and stuff? Yeah, I'm still struggling with the fact that I don't think we see NASDAQ rip out today. Oh, I got you. You think that phase comes back? Like that gaming sector? You hope it doesn't. It was active. It was active. I can tell you that. I'm going to keep an eye here for another NASDAQ short opportunity, but otherwise, It might not be worth it. I'm kicking myself on silver. Like I said, the stop was really, really wide, 25 cents, but there was a 60-cent target, and we're 50 cents of the way there. So it would be about 2 R's right here. Yeah, I mean, I think overall, I think Bitcoin still goes lower. Yeah, I think bigger picture, I think it could possibly see like 57. I'm talking futures, so I don't know if there's a little bit of a price difference on that because I just quoted off that. So like Bitcoin currently is 84 250s. We're 84 600s. So it's not much. There's like 250-point difference. It's not terrible. But yeah, I think we see a nice move to the downside in there. 57-ish area, give or take. Maybe small stops at like 63 on the way there, but all right, 1111. Nasdaq just popped up there, traded 380s. Gold here, silver. There's silver taking out that 61, 58, 61. I think that's our runner. That's going to be the miss of the day, I think, right there. It's up through that 58, 61s. It's pretty much wide open territory. Total range on the day is $1.37, so it still has plenty of room left in it if it really wants to do it on the day. Gold, I think, staying weak like this leads me to believe 42.24 probably trades at some point this week. And I say weak, it is technically green on the day, but it's certainly not at 4,300 its highs like silver is at the moment. Individual names super, super mixed here as well. Mm-hmm. 11:14. I might look to go ahead and wrap it up soon. NASDAQ here, pretty decent move off high so far. 25,420 is that equal high, or that even high up there. We're about 80 points off that at the moment. So far, no real short entries here either since that move lower. There is a divergence up there like we talked about. Gold catching a little sell in there. NASDAQ S&P is getting more of a pullback here at the moment than Russell and Dow. So we're seeing a little bit of that flip-flop action kind of taking place again there. Again, it's leading me to believe more of the kind of the same thing we talked about earlier, is that we're going to end up with this kind of wider range. So far, 210 points today on the NASDAQ. Dow at the moment trying to act like it wants to hold here, though. NASDAQ said no. That's about 100 points now off those highs, which basically puts us right back into the middle of the range on the day. This kind of 320 area will be like pretty much smack dab in the middle of that range, 210 point range. That kind of ruined our short from earlier, because I guess all we needed was to go make new highs on the day. One more time there. It's kind of unfortunate. Crude oil still unable to really break from that. NASDAQ, I think, wants to try and pop back up towards 380s here. One of the things we haven't really talked about today that's getting a fairly decent move is bonds. Bonds are down a little over 1 point here. So bonds lower, rates higher would essentially be the thinking behind that. At the moment, I don't really have any individual names that I love. That's kind of the tough part. I think we need to see a little bit more data out of some individual names. And I think, I mean, given the move from today, I think we might need to see a little bit more data out of overall markets here as well. And I don't really want to say it, but I think it's maybe possible. I think it's maybe possible that it could be a range type of week, and we just digest some of the movement from last week. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case. just with some of the news announcements and things we have coming up and the volatility we've seen and all that. I don't necessarily think that's gonna be the case, but it certainly could be. And if it is, then it's gonna be probably more of this on the week, which would not be great. Um, but yeah, I do think it's possible. Here's that NASDAQ rally back up towards 380s there. Traded 377s. I think we're trying to pop this 5-minute bar high there. 380 and a quarter. You long again on NASDAQ? See, I kind of think we're more inclined to roll over on this pop than continue the rally. $380.50 there, that high. I mean, I do think that we get a nice Santa Claus rally. It just doesn't make sense that we front run 191 quarters by, freaking 20 points this morning. I just can't get on board with that one at the moment. It's a hell of a move out of silver, though, I can tell you that. 58.80s. That's a nice 85-cent rally off that opening print down there. There have been a lot of level front runs, which is super unfortunate. It's not my favorite thing to see. Probably one of my least favorite things to see, in all honesty. Part of me really wants to short this Bitcoin under 84 350s. It's been a good year, though, overall. I can't complain. Nice little rally on Bitcoin there off those 84,350 so far. See how far that wants to go. I'm going to keep an eye on that. I think that's one of the things worth sitting here and watching, or at least setting some alerts for. 58.90s in silver. Darn it. That's the miss of the day right there. It's going to be the miss of the day. 382s here in NASDAQ. We're at about 4 minutes to go on this bar. 59 bucks. That weekly chart, though, you look at the weekly chart on Bitcoin and Ethereum, and it looks like death. Ethereum did actually just make new lows 10 minutes ago on that, 15 minutes ago on that pullback there. And Bitcoin didn't. So if it holds, if the idea of a divergence holds true in there, then it could rally from here, right? I kind of want to short this lower high in the NASDAQ. Where are you long at on NASDAQ? $340-ish. $80 points, 420s. Hmm. We're still trying to work our way up there, though. We trying. Silver just saw a little bit of a pullback there. 20 cents or so off highs. Gold still really can't put anything together for it or not. Interesting, ETH got that new low, Bitcoin did not, and we're getting a pretty decent little rally off that so far. 600 and some points so far. Off 350s there. NASDAQ didn't give a another short entry there, and looking like it still wants to continue higher here. I'm doing a really good job of sitting on hands here at the moment, but I would like to see something set up in either Bitcoin or NASDAQ. I just don't know if we're going to see that. If then I had given her an extra key. Never took her eyes off me. There's an idea of a NASDAQ short there under 379, stops over those highs. It's about 25 points. $180 points, 190 points worth of room for 25-point stop. It's a little aggressive at the moment, I think. NASDAQ still continuing. We did never drop back down under those 379s there just yet. Silver with a nice 30-cent pullback there, and then immediately back up 20 cents. NASDAQ new highs there. Traded 404 so far. S&P's broke it by a quarter. Silver just continuing to do its thing. We had a pretty eventful little morning there with some of the movement, but now it's getting to be a little bit slower, a little bit more drawn out on these moves. But the one thing for sure is that we are having a really tough time going lower. That Bitcoin move is... we might get back to 88s. What do you think about that, Shadow? We get back to 88s. We go from 84 350s up to 88 300s. Nice 4,000 point rally back. What's that do? Our cuts our cuts the move basically in half. Crypto's only down, 3-4% on the day. Yeah, I mean, pretty much at targets there, right? Yeah, no, we are for sure. Yeah, no, 70 points is nice. Ain't nothing wrong with 70 points. Oh, nice move there. Silver at 59.26 at the moment. Hey, I appreciate you. There's still 36 people in here. Trying to figure this thing out because it's not letting me do what it's supposed to do. What a NASDAQ move. Impressive. Impressive. A lot of move in silver, too. All that time it took you to get to number 3? Someone took it away from you just now. Am I long? No. No, I'm just sitting here. I was looking to see if we'd get something, and I was watching Bitcoin NASDAQ. He said my crown. Yeah, I was watching Bitcoin NASDAQ, and then I've just been kind of torturing myself watching silver rally $1.40 without me, which is super unfortunate, but yeah, here we are. NASDAQ's about to turn green on the day potentially here. Oh, it's based on time. How long have I thought about doing what? Specifically trading? Or the streaming piece? I've always either streamed or been on voice or text in the Discord, something like that. Specifically trading. So I've been full time now since July of 2011. So it's been a little over 14 years at this point. It's been a minute for me. But yeah, no, I had an interest in business specifically, and just who owned what businesses, and you drive around. This is obviously like back in the 90s. And you see all the same things. You see all the McDonald's, Walmarts, everybody's driving Ford, Toyota, Chevy, etc. And just the interest in who owns what essentially is what got me into the markets. And then from there, just took it and ran with it into trading specifically. Understanding the idea of Exxon, Apple, Microsoft, all the different companies in which I used at the time or in school or saw, and that it wasn't just one person that owned it, it was a collective kind of group, and that's what led me into understanding markets in general, or at least so I thought, right? Give me a green hat. This one's kind of got like a green tint to it, a little bit. A neon greenish tint to it. That Bitcoin's coming back down hard. Can we full port Apple? Honestly, if we had tested 191s, I'd be a lot more interested. NASDAQ not trading that 191s is a little bit tough, I think, overall at this point. I don't know. I'm still keeping my eye on this Bitcoin. I don't think we rally this back today. I was kind of joking about that earlier a bit. Certainly possible, but I don't think that's the move. I think it actually goes through these 84 350s and goes a lot lower. I do want to test. They got this new account set up for me, so I want to just put a quick trade on, make sure everything's working. Hiya. Yeah, I think at some point we'll probably try and retest 191s. Line in sand. All right, Shadow. Have a good one, bro. Yeah, it's nothing crazy. Just line in sand. I don't guess there's permissions for full-size contracts, maybe? Yeah, that's what it is. That's funny. NASDAQ front run on both sides. We're certainly front running 191s at the moment. Since RTY and YM are not making new highs, would this be another short opportunity? Yeah, potentially here. Shorts just haven't necessarily worked all that well yet. That's the only thing. So we're getting a little bit of a pullback there now too. 60 cents. 60 cents real quick. These moves are kind of crazy. I don't know. Do we attempt a NASDAQ short? It's not a terrible idea. Stops over 50s basically. Highs are 51. Well, intraday highs are, there's still room to overnight. I mean, overnight highs are 540s. Right? Am I tripping? 546s, yeah. I think we can wait on it, but honestly, probably better off just calling it a day and coming back another day. Nasdaq's 4.25 on that pullback there. Pushing a new high, so nothing to do there. You taking profits on Apple? Apple? Yeah. Kind of want to short Bitcoin. No, I mean, I think Apple has a really good shot. It just needs up over 280s and a good market behind it, and I think it makes the move. So, I mean, I like it. I love the hourly 1, 2, 3 in there, the little kind of poke under lows. I like all the things about it. The only thing I don't at the moment love is just market, right? If we do come back down to get, 191s, I think that's going to be a problem. We don't really have the Russell and Dow moving with us like we did earlier today, so I'm not like as interested in that. Um, yeah, I don't know. I'm conflicted on it overall. This Nasdaq looks like it just wants to continue to go higher here. Bitcoin went straight back up there. So glad I didn't put any buttons there. We can get down under this pivot here on 84 800s or so. I think we got a shot at a nice little move in there. Probably safer to wait for under 84 350s, but Nasdaq still continuing to push, make new highs. I don't know. I mean, we might just be wasting time here today, waiting to see if something's gonna set up, and it might honestly not. Yeah, the front runs seem to be kind of inevitable at this point, unfortunately. I don't know. I mean, we got a decent little pullback there in silver. Traded down to 58.70s now, 58.93s, 58.66s there. S&P is popping, making new highs here. Yeah, no, I feel that. I feel that. I think they might, honestly. That promotion seems to actually be doing fairly well for them. Because they didn't technically get rid of it the other day either. The first time they ran that promotion, they were supposed to get rid of it, and they didn't, like earlier in November. You were up 2K on a Perdia eval. I don't even know what that is. Perdia? I don't have my drawdown. That's one of the things is being able to control. I mean, I've sat here and done nothing for what, an hour and a half or more. Just knowing when to call it quits, or at least sit on hands and watch. Honestly, if the viewership had dropped, I probably would have left. But the fact that we're at least holding some people in the chat, I'm like, okay, I'll keep sitting here streaming, talking, walking through everything. Nasdaq's rallying on us. We're not long, so there's really nothing there. But um, yeah, I mean, so I've got the Black Friday Cyber Monday sales on the props you're saying, or just in general. We're almost about done, like from personal shopping. We're like pretty much about done. There's a couple more things to order, and then we're done. In general, no, I mean, I don't know. We kind of get whatever we're interested in, like throughout the course of the year. You know what I mean? I'm gonna look to take. I don't know what the sizing is on this yet. Let me figure out what I need on this. I'm gonna look to take a little bit of Bitcoin short though. I'm gonna use the micros. I'll put a little bit of Bitcoin short on. Very, very tiny. I've been waiting super, super patient for this whole thing to kind of unfold here. I'll add into this under 84, 775s, whatever that is down there. Yeah, I'm gonna take a small little position in there. Oh, you already wrapped up all the kids' gifts? Nice. We got a couple things that we ordered they don't come in until like today, tomorrow, this week sometime. And then like I said, there's literally just a handful of things we're gonna get outside of what we've already gotten, and that's gonna pretty much be it. I'm honestly kind of over it. I'm kind of over I'm kind of over the Christmas thing at the moment. I don't know why. I sound like a Grinch about it, but I'm honestly not. Like just like this time of year, there's legitimately something going on. Like every weekend, basically. Like you start decorating for Halloween in like early October. You get the Halloween decorations down, and then you got to start prepping for all the stuff for Thanksgiving, Friendsgiving, all those kind of things coming up. Get Christmas lights up, take down any kind of fall decorations that you put up between Halloween and Thanksgiving, and then you got to get all the Christmas decorations up, and Christmas tree, and blah blah blah. It's just like I don't know. We do all these things, and yeah. But yeah, we started the whole Buddy the Elf thing last night. It's like now we got this thing to do. Shit. But no, I mean it's good. I kind of sound like a Grinch about it, but I'm not. It's just a lot of things to do. Yeah, the Elf on the Shelf thing. Yeah, yeah, the kids love it. The kids love it. Oh, dude. 25 different things. On top of that is what it is. Market getting a little drop off those highs now. I know, right? We got to do it before we go to bed, or else it doesn't happen. Because now he's going to be getting up looking for it. The sell off looks like the one from earlier. crude oil might have found a little bottom down there. Yeah, the NASDAQ came right back. That's probably a long attempt, honestly, in the NASDAQ right there. It's going to try and hold. I just don't know that I can bring myself to do that. The move was down into 414s. If it does try and hold here, it's virtually impossible for me to want to try and long that right back up into a divergence like that. And again, I think it's probably pressing. Either way, I think it's pressing, so. I got my little Bitcoin short on at the moment, which got a little start there to 84,800s, and then now kind of giving it back a bit here. Not exactly what I want to see. It looks like that's where we're headed. I'm gonna leave NASDAQ alone though. The question is, would we still be long here if we got long from 191s? Like, had we done all the things we were looking for this morning, would we be still holding any longs from 191 quarters or not? I don't feel like we're paying enough attention to this bond move either, though. There's something about that. Something about this bond move today that needs a little bit more attention. Too long. Too sweat drop down my balls. I might cut this Bitcoin. Not quite at stop, but hold on. Got a tinkle. Be right back. All right. We need Bitcoin to flip and kind of turn around from here. If we can see that happen, then I like continue holding that short. Otherwise, up over this little high right here, I'm going to go ahead and look to take that off. We'll take the small L on that and call it a day. NASDAQ kind of looking like it wants to continue to push here. I wonder if silver's got a shot back at 59.43s here. We'll go ahead and close this Bitcoin short there. Unfortunate little stop out on that. I did a small little piece of silver there. That little 2 minute I think is too good to pass up. It's like a 5-to-1 risk reward ratio. And if silver continues to do its thing today and rips up there to those highs, that's a nice target. S&P's, NASDAQ, Russell Dow. I'm not too sure about what they want to do here. I don't really think there's a trade in there at the moment. Bitcoin kind of popped those little highs there and now falling back. Did I get shaken out of my short? Was that all that was? 370s there. Those highs. I got stopped at 295, so basically right at those highs. That's kind of unfortunate. I do think I did get trailed out right at highs though. My initial plan was to give it 85 400s in the event that it did need that little pop over those little highs there at 265s. I just didn't give it the full thing. When I sized it for 400s. That's kind of unfortunate. Do we put it back on is the question. We're trying to play it for a break down there through 84 350s, which so far the level has been holding. And I do think Bitcoin crypto in general gets absolutely smoked here. It's a risk 400 to make 900 at the moment now. So you'd have to look for more, obviously, through that low. I think I'll chill on it for now. NASDAQ kind of has that look here like it wants to try and pop again. That 15 minutes tough. At the moment, I like the silver position though, so I'm going to let that continue to kind of do its thing. I don't want to choke that out. We missed it earlier. Get this thing to push up through 59.43s. We've been live for almost 3.5 hours this morning, so appreciate y'all sticking around here. I think this might be the longest stream that I've done so far. Some good viewership though. I appreciate you guys. NASDAQ pushing a little bit there. Let's get it on. Let's get it on to the early morning. Oh, do. Oh, shoot. Let me click that. Hold up, excuse me. No shot. I'm looking at a lot. I gotta be tripping, right? 2.39 acres. It just went off market. It sold for 3 mil. Excuse me. Like what? I'm not buying this. Oh, that's probably why. I wonder how I can see that. That don't make no sense. But I think I see why now. Looks like there's maybe 2 houses. And that dock is... Yeah, that's 316. So that's got to be... yeah, I think they put 2 houses on there. That makes more sense. That makes more sense. Oh, silver, you punk. What do I think about Netflix? Yeah, I mean, it's been going sideways to higher all day. It's not bad. Yeah, I don't think it's bad. This NASDAQ move, though, finally getting that push up into 480s here. We still got room to overnight highs. That's the thing in there that's crazy. Yeah, that makes a whole lot more sense now. Nice move out of the NASDAQ there. I can never find a way into the NASDAQ today, which is super unfortunate. Bitcoin getting a decent little pop there now too, still. Yeah, I mean, I think it was a tough long with the front run, but then unable to just really find the entry back into this, right? Like, I mean, we ended up getting trailed out over here, and it was like, just tough, I think, from, well, I'm not even showing NASDAQ on the screen. Yeah, I just think it was tough from a risk reward standpoint to justify the longs without having that 191 test. Turns out it didn't necessarily need it, obviously. We're, what, total range on the day now, 286 points. Honestly, the only reason I'm still sitting here is because there's still a good viewership going, and I don't have anywhere to be until 1:30. So if the viewership had dropped off, then I probably would have left. I was interested in Bitcoin, and we tried a little small position in there for a short that didn't get any legs to it, and then just never found anything in NASDAQ. We did get that pullback just now to here, and I talked about the long opportunity in there around 430, 440s. That's working. I just wasn't necessarily my favorite thing. So it is what it is. A nice move, though. I mean, and that's I asked that question a little bit ago. Like, if we had gotten the test of 191s, right, would we still be holding any of this? Is the question. And I mean, we technically still have room to these overnight highs up here at 546s, and essentially room all the way up into 25,900s. If we get through that, then it's like, we've got essentially nothing but air above. Like there's nothing that really says we can't go to 26,399s. You know what I mean? Nasdaq now starting to come back down here. We find a top up there? I got freaking bombarded with emails though for freaking Black Friday. Not as many for Cyber Monday. Like Cyber Monday, I haven't really gotten hardly anything compared to what I got for Black Friday though. You bought a stroller? Let's go, dude. Electric shovel? What you mean an electric shovel? What are you talking about? Sir, you bought a Ryobi shovel? A Ryobi electric shovel. Oh, it's like a snowblower. Okay. It isn't going to make you look any less gay pushing this thing around with one arm in a sling. Oh, man. Well, it's a good thing that the wife's already pregnant because she sees you outside pushing that thing around. You ain't getting nothing, bro. Oh, that's funny. You gotta get a heated driveway, dog. If I was to live anywhere that has snow again, it's heated driveway. Like, nah, no questions asked. Like, especially in Nebraska. Oh, for sure. Yeah, if you build, it's a must. It's honestly not that. It sounded like it used to be crazy expensive. um, it used to be like hefty, but now anymore it's not. It's like a freaking. They got before they do the driveway, they lay like a almost like a plastic insert basically on the ground, and then they run the lines through it, and it's just pumped full of hot water, and that's it. And the hot water heats up concrete, heats up the ground around it, and melts the snow. It's kind of a cool system, actually. Back in the day, it used to be super expensive. No, because it's just a loop. It's just a loop of hot water. It's not like it's not like it's pumping it out anywhere. It's a closed loop system. Yeah, so it says typical range is between $7,000 and $16,000, and like that's including your concrete. Depending on the system you use, it adds anywhere between $12 to $28 per square foot. Yeah, so depending on the systems alone can be anywhere between 4 to 9 grand. So again, it's not terrible. Yeah, if we still lived in Virginia or legitimately anywhere where it snowed, it's not even a discussion. No crazy bitch. Yeah, I saw some TikToks and stuff this morning. People were getting snow in different parts of the country. I'm like, yeah, I don't miss that. I don't miss that at all. The question I'm asking here, and I mean only because I'm still sitting at the desk, honestly, is does the Dow and the Russell play catch up to the move that the Nasdaq's made? Like that's the thing that I'm looking at here is do we look at potentially some sort of Dow long here to try and play for, I mean, it's got 160 some odd points back up to high a day. Do we look to do something with that and 160 points, talking $800 per contract? So risk wise, we're talking 40 points. So it's like a 4 to 1. Risk 200 to make 800 type of move is what it's looking like. That didn't quite trade up in the overnight highs there either. It's also 1 o'clock. It's kind of a little early, maybe. Two zigzags. Baby, that's all we need. Pat the dog. Smoke that tumbleweed. Birds, we can take our turn singing them dirty rap songs. The only problem is Nasdaq's a stronger market, so I mean Nasdaq just jumped back up there 20, 30 points. Dow's still basically sitting right at 560s. So we could be right on the idea of Nasdaq continuing to make the high, like the move back towards highs, but if Dow doesn't find any strength and doesn't participate, then it really doesn't matter, right? We would just be essentially putting risk on for no real reason there. I don't mind the idea, but oh, I managed to hold a piece of silver. I don't entirely know how, but I'm gonna throw I'm gonna throw a little bit of Dow risk on. Silver wasn't moving, I wouldn't do this, but the risk is really low too, so I'm gonna put stops down here under this 522s. Silver closes here in about 20 minutes. I'm thinking we'll see a nice little nice little pop after the close. Shake, 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 yeah. Let's see. Can we get the Dow to make the move? We're playing with like a fraction of a position size on this. It's about 4-1. We're about a half our risk on that. 591s are these highs. $722s up there for targets. Nice. Nice silver push there. About 20 minutes left to go on that. About 30 cents left to get on that. Let's see. Anybody take the Dow with me or long anything? I feel like we might have at least found some type of position to put on here. I'm probably going to look to roll at about 130. It's going to be that's a long stream. It's also kind of easy at the moment because I'm fasting for the next 3 days. Doing a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday fast. So distracting myself with anything other than thinking about food that I'm now currently thinking about since I brought it up, it's probably going to make it a little easier. But yeah, it'll be like a 4-hour and 20-minute stream. That's pretty solid. That's pretty solid. Picking up 2 lucid flexes. I like that move. I like that move out of you. For those of you sticking around that have yet to do so, Lucid Flex 40% off, brand new launch on that. Code MLT. That was the Dow breaking up through 592s there. Yeah, you can use NinjaTrader 8. You can use Tradeovate. They're going to phase out Project X. I don't actually think it's even available for that account type now that they added it. But yeah, you can use NinjaTrader 8. It's a pretty insane take on the props at the moment. If they can keep that plan around, if the Lucid Flex does well for them and they can keep it around, it has some really, really good rules. Can we get this to just go ahead and pop on up there real quick? Silver, let's go to your home. Oh, kiss me through the phone. Phone, kiss me through the phone. Man, I saw a rendering last night of what the ballroom is supposed to look like for the East Wing at the White House. That thing's freaking huge. The damn ballroom is, at least in this proposed picture that they sent out, is, I mean, it looks to be like 1.5 times the size of the freaking White House. It looks freaking massive. Alright. Silver kind of coming back down here. What time is it? Almost 1:20. Yeah, dude, it's it's freaking kind of crazy. I'll be honest though, I'm not entirely sure that I'm gonna like it. Like I feel like the White House should stay the White House. You know what I mean? I get wanting to add a ballroom. I understand getting it funded, all the other things. I just don't know that it should be placed there. That's my only. That's my only thing. Especially if it is going to end up looking like that. I mean, it's going to be a nice building for sure. Don't get me wrong, but like, it shouldn't be bigger than the White House on White House grounds like that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The White House like has this iconic. It has the iconic look, and I don't think that should be really messed with personally. But it doesn't. It's not up to me. So, but yeah, if you haven't seen the rendering, it looks crazy. It should be about the time where silver decides to go ahead and rally up there towards 59.40s. I'd be happy with like 59.35s and change, probably somewhere up there. The Dow popped up, kind of broke through that 591 there, and then faded back a little bit here. Nasdaq maybe trying to roll. I don't know about that, but silver breaking through 23s there. Go ahead, make your push, silver. Make my day, punk. Traded 59.25s there. What's up, Snipe? You think we go back to 68.20s? Think we go lower? Back to opening print on the day for S&Ps? He said smash that like. My man. I'm actually about to tune off here in about 5-6 minutes. Silver getting a little volatility right there. A little right there. If we can hold that and pop again, I think we'll be fine. We'll pull back 0850s there. G-spot, call me Mr. Flintstone. I can make your bed right. Yeah, really nice move on Apple there. This is silver at the moment on the screens at the current time. Trying to see if we can't get this last little pop up towards 59.40s. Trying to be patient. I'd be stuck to levels like glue. You know the song. A little Young Money. Oh, that's awesome. If we can just finish out this little pop here. I got full size silver on and I got micro silvers on across the board here. This little after hours push. I'd like to maybe try and keep some for the rally to 60 if it's going to do it today. I guess we could leave a little trail stop under that 0850s there. My entry in silver at the moment, I got about 39 cents in this. I got some from 59.86s, and I got some from 58.92s. In my bigger account, I got it from the 86s. I had it a little bit tighter on the other account and took one stop for 10 cents and then got back in. So on the smaller account, I did take an initial stop on it. I might go ahead and close it here though. Push to 27.50s just now. I'm going to be giving back too much. Like, we gave back 10 cents. We're trying to make another 10, 15 cents on it, it's not going to make sense. You know what I mean? Either that or we just pull the stops up and let it work. Yeah, Apple, nice move. Did you catch that, Osborne? That's a nice move. I brought stops up to 59.0750s here for silver. It's already essentially, we pulled back about 10 cents off those highs so far. We can at least give it that, I think. If we finish out this pop, we can call it a day. I want to take some off. I'm kind of being a dick for a tick. I'm trying to get like 35s out of it. Maybe not even 35s, 32s maybe. Don't know how far we can go. So push, empuje, empuje. I don't know if that head movement makes any difference. We're getting a nice little push here out of the Dow as well. I need to get up over 603s. We might just capture the catch-up play on the Dow too. That one I'm not going to touch at the moment. $59.13 on that pullback there for silver. I traded back up to 25s there just a second ago. If we can... The ignition must have wound up on the floor. We were switching up positions. Oh, we're never gonna quit. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Just a couple of animals. Come on, big, get in. $59.13 is that low so far in the after hours. For silver. I wanted to either trail me out or go. All right. I took some silver off. I got a little bit more trailing at 0750s here. And it didn't quite make the full move like I wanted it to up into 59.40s, but we did catch a little piece of it. So that makes me feel a little bit better. But yeah. I might have just tripped myself out on some of that silver, but it is what it is. We still got the Dow, so I'm gonna look to see if that can run up into 722s and further up in there. I'll be cool with that. But yeah, I got to step away here for a bit, and I'll check back in a little bit. I'll be in the Discord a little bit later on once I get back and see if there's anything else I do. I still have a piece of silver on, and then I got the Dow on as well. We are still slightly red on the day. We haven't quite been able to work back that the crude oil stop and the NASDAQ stop, unfortunately, on the day. But I'm okay with it. If the Dow works, we'll be fine. If silver continues to push, we'll get through that. But if it ends up being a red day, it is what it is. I mean, at the end of the day, we managed risk and did all the things we could have done, I think, really, really well. So, yeah, that's what I'm looking at the moment. Let's see what this is. Okay, sweet. All right, I'll check back in a little bit. Appreciate you guys as always. We held this is the longest stream we've done, 4 hours and 22 minutes so far, but we held good viewership, and I think we might have hit a new peak high on the viewership as well there. So that's awesome for a Monday to start off December. I'm happy about that. So and yeah. So anyways, that's what I got. I'm gonna run. I'll be back, and then we'll see where everything stands. But yeah, for now, just holding some silver and holding some Dow long. That's all I got. So appreciate you guys as always. If you haven't already, like, comment, subscribe, do all those fun things. If you want to be in the Discord every single day, I think there's a link in the description down below. If not, you can join through WAP. Or yeah, if you want mentorship, whatever the case is, if you got questions, feel free to reach out to me. Appreciate you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.